Good. Helovsky. I'm just cleaning up my table quickly after I found my chat. Okay. Dude, I need to have like an extension for like OBS to have like to see more than like one chat. Kinda annoying. I also don't see the pop-ups. Like, we still need to fix that at some point. Well, not today. Okay. So how do we clear my workspace? So first of all, let's move that to the side. That thing goes all the way to the side. My coffee. Let the people arrive. Fellas, I'm alive again. And how do we live? How do you live? Just kidding. Just kidding, man. So, we're trying to go with like a bit of different music. So, as you can see, I was working with more terrain stuff here. So, we're like starting first with why I was not on stream. Because like, yesterday I was feeling sick. I like slept 12 hours. I just had like my first day of vacation and my first day in like, and I'm not even kidding, in like maybe what is like a year now, where I didn't have vacation, like where I don't have, where I did have vacation, but did not have like to do anything, no learning, no nothing. I just crashed so hard. My body was like, dude, you know all that stress you feel? You know all that? Yeah, how about you feel it now? And then my entire body crashed. Like, I'm not even kidding. It just like flat out decided no. Like, I went to my bed, fell asleep, and woke up at like yesterday. I came out of bed at like 12. Was like awake for like a bit of the day. Did like some cleaning and shit. And then I went to bed at like 6, laid down, just watched some videos, fell asleep and woke up at 1 a.m. Like 1 in the morning. And then after that, after waking up at 1 in the morning, I fell asleep again and woke up at 8. So like, I did like sleep over 12 hours. It was crazy. It was like literally my butt. Like, I felt today. Hi, I'm doing fine. I'm feeling great. With a little kawaii smile. But yeah, like I was like, yesterday I slept way over 12 hours. I felt like a dog. It was like so good. Like actually, it was so good to just like wake up and have nothing. And then again, God damn it, yes, it just shows that I'm old. But then like today I woke up at like, after like, again, yesterday was like, I fall asleep, then I wake up in the middle of the night, then I fell asleep, then I woke up this morning. And then like, literally today, I just did like some light shopping and stuff. And just like listened to like an audiobook for like 6 hours now. And just like prepared everything. And no, I did not. Like, that is something I will do on my vacation. I will be on vacation from, like, I think the 27th. So after Christmas, I will be gone for, like, a bit more than a week. But I will keep you updated. Promises. But yeah, like, it was, like, very, very great to, like, have nothing and then come back today full of energy. Like, I'm like totally full of energy. Like, everything changed. Like, I cannot explain. It's so fucking weird. Like, it was like no stress, no nothing, no anything. I just woke up, went shopping, and was like, dude, it's like, imagine you have like a giant knot of like slight stress in your neck, you know? Like you have like that slight amount of like stress. And then you step outside and nothing matters. You're just not bothered. Not at all. It's like so freeing. It was like literally, like if I could describe it metaphorically, it was like literally opening up your wings for the first time. Actually, I didn't look much into it, to be frank. I will do so, however, after the stream. Which will be somewhere in the, like, next few hours. Promises. Again, promises. To you, I make promises. To nobody else, I'm not doing any promises anymore. Because promises are always not working with me. Like, I try to promise something and I cannot keep it. It's like a natural instinct of this old man. But yeah. So, we have gathered today to, like, talk, of course, and to paint some stuff. I prepared a bit. The first thing I've prepared is I've like printed a few minis. One of them, however, because it is like a very intricate mini, sadly broke. We're gluing that bitch. I'm literally having war flashbacks, yeah. So we're gluing that poor mini. It has like a bit of like, it had an accident, it fell down some stairs. You know. So we're taking my friendly super friend, the super glue. AOS, Age of Sigma. It's a little, it's like a kobold, a bigger kobold with a hammer and a shield. So the first thing is it has like two spots it broke. First of all, when I removed the supports, the legs broke off. So we're fixing that first mistake now. Without me fucking it up too badly. Just keep it pressed together. Maybe it would focus, please. If everything works, it will now stick together and not fall over. If it falls over, we need to do it again. In the worst case, I need to reprint it, but I don't hope so. It has like this one came out rough. I will do a reprint anyways, but like let's first of all do the gluing part. Maybe we can salvage it. Sometimes salvaging is not as bad. Sometimes also mistakes happen again with our dragon, if you remember correctly. And mistakes are always like something good. You need to think like Bob Ross. These are like happy little accidents. They're like not breaking our neck. You can always expand on accidents. But first of all, quick coffee, you know, because I'm a bit tired. These nuts. So, what do you want to see me paint first? A mini or some terrain? I have one mini right now and a bit of terrain. Okay, we start with a bit of terrain. Uh, oh, you bring a stray cat to the dog. So it's fine now for the time being, right? I'm getting the terrain. I have a box of terrain here. And we start with the biggest one, you know. Man, I hope the kitty will feel better soon. You know, do you know what kind of kitty it was, or was it just like two cats mixed, thus a cat? Like, do you know what kind of cat it was? So this is the figurine. We will paint that later. I hope that like one of the peeps is watching at some point quickly, because I know they're sitting together for the people that I need to paint the minis. So we have like different things. We have gems, this obelisk, and of course we have a few stairs, we have trees, we have more smaller gems, and we have a crypt. A small crypt, just like where like small people would be buried. And we have a bush. It's a boring bush. I would say we start with a more interesting thing. With the giant gems, you know? So there's like two ways we could paint these gems. The classic way or the quick way. And I'm like for the classic way because I love dry brushing. Dry brushing is like one of my funnest things. I think I've dry brushed a few times, but let me explain again. You take a makeup brush. This is a normal... Okay. Do you have a picture? So this is a normal makeup brush. Don't buy too much expensive dry brush. Normal makeup brushes are usually enough. Really? With star eyes? Dude, I want to see that. Man, that kitty sounds awesome. So, this is my dry brush plate. So, to explain the process of dry brushing. Sure. I want to see a kitty picture. So, you can test your dry brushing on here. Basically, what you do with dry brushing is, I think I explained it, but I explain it again. Dry brushing is basically you take a bit of paint, you put it on the brush, you brush it as long as until it stays dry. You only want the pigment on the brush, not the moisture, and then you go over the model, and the rest will be done by itself. So we have these gems. This is for my campaign setting, which is why we have like so many different formations of gems. We need a good coloration for these. So of course these are like rocks on the side, but like the gems themselves should be like something. So what do you want So I want to do like these in different colors. So what should the big gem be? Because the others I will do like according to them. What is that big gem? Which color will it be? Ideally a primary color. So, not to spoil too much, because I don't know if my players are watching. There will be enemy automatons, basically like robotic units that are made out of gems. So I took like a bit of inspiration out of like Steven Universe, right? Where like gems are like where like the gems have formed like an army, but the thing is they're asleep for like now like a few hundred years. So no, basically they will reawaken parts of that army, and so like every gem configuration is basically like done in a different way. So for example, you also have like rubies, emeralds, and stuff like that like have different functions, but they are all spiritual. So basically, I want to go like into like Crystal Karen levels, but not too deep. Like I don't want to learn like Christology, Crystallogy. My God, basically like lore about crystals. And then like the thing is like you have like basically all those different gems, basically determining basically that civilization has like put their entire souls into gems, and they were like basically Tibetese monks, right? So they found like spiritual enlightenment in that, and the law behind that is basically everyone put like their spirit into like one of those stones. So the thing is, red greenish. I think red and green doesn't mix too well at the start. I would again like go with like mainly primary colors, so with like red, yellow, blue, and like mixtures of those. So I was thinking maybe green for the main one, and then like red for the second one, blue and yellow for the others. Does that sound good? I mean, I can go with like the red greenish, but I don't know how to pull that off wisely. How do you mean like red greenish, to be honest? Before I say no. Dude, that soundtrack sounds weird. Because we can do like a dark green, for example. This is like a darker green. This would be red. The rust does the rest. You want rust color, so you want a dark metallic. Is that right? Or do you want to have like a brown? More like a brownish rust, right? It's more like a brownish orange, really, right? Okay, that song is very fitting to the to the stream date. Merry Christmas. I like that. I like the idea of the brownish. Let's start with a. I have an idea. I start with the green. Oh my god! You've given me a very good idea. take one of those balls. If you remember, I need them for color mixing, so the colors come out right, because I haven't used some of the colors for a very long time. And we want to reactivate some of those colors. So, one of those balls goes in there. We do this. My finger is now green. That's why I usually use, like, gloves. Because, again, I'm, like, not that good. You can hear the clicking. I'm clicking to the music. Dude, I need to play more rhythm games. I love rhythm gaming. So we start with a drop of green, right? Speck of green. We take our big makeup brush. Maybe we take a smaller one. Nah. Do it a bit like this. You see the brush is getting like color. And at the first step you can use more color. I need to have like a different zoom here. I can also take a bit more color. Like this. So we are like basically, we're just like brushing this one. Make it green first. I think the colors don't come through quite yet. I will put on a filter to make the colors pop more. Wait a second. Again, a drying brush is not that bad because, well, we're dry brushing. Let's take it like this, right? At least you can now see that it's getting greener. Yeah, it's like very, very pale, right? It's like weird. I need to get a new camera, especially for this. But we will get there very soon. Like now we're doing like dry brushing is like a bit more like takes a bit longer than normal brushing. But it has like the coolest realistic looking results. I need to also do this because I brush in front of myself and not like. Still a bit pale, right? But yeah, like I'm like after feeling sick, like I was quite sick on Tuesday to be honest. Like I didn't feel well at all. Now it's better, but like on Tuesday, dude, you could not have like I could not have streamed. Let's be real. Like I was not in the mood of like streaming in general. And then like I didn't feel talkative, let's say it like this. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just like trying to brush a bit. So like the green is like on the outlines of the other segments. And we're not wasting any color in this household. We're taking a smaller brush now because we need to go a number smaller. Eldritch Powers came in clutch. Yeah, I mean, in all actuality, like it was super weird. Like I felt like shit on like last week sometime. And then I came back strong this week actually. And then on Monday I was like at school. On Tuesday I felt like shit. And then like on Wednesday, so like yesterday, I was recovering a bit. And today I'm like fit again. I need to have like basic... You know what I need? That would be awesome, like a GoPro on my head, you know? So you see what I see. Because right now, like... So we're putting a bit of like the red here. So it mixes with the green a bit. And I forgot that basically, if you like mix like complementary colors, you get like a bit of a rusty effect. Don't worry, we are like going way further with that. I'm just painting them normally right now, so we have like a colorful base. Because I have like a great idea. You gave me a very good idea with the green and the red. I need a normal brush. Let's take one of my favorite brushes. We take a bit of a sharper brush. We're actually like painting this normally red, and the green will shimmer through. Because we could expand this. Remember how I said I wanted to do like real gems? How about we mix them? Expand the lore a bit, you know? Say that the mixture of gems reanimated or like was like the solution to like that civilization's immortal life. Like mixing complementary gems, you know, like rubies and emeralds. So we are making them red, like this like nearly bloody red. And then we're dry brushing it with green. So it gets like that green shimmer. You know what I'm saying? So this cluster will be mainly red with a green shimmer. And the rust is basically like the corruption. Yeah, I like the idea of that more. Gary, you had a beautiful idea and we spitballed it right, left and right. And now I have like, starting from your idea, I expand my lore. So remember I said I wanted to do my one comic at some point? Like I had like a few ideas. Remember that? And like it was like the one, like I asked you what should I do, what you would be most interested in. And I was like talking about that story in Limbo basically. And I was thinking maybe I should do like the VPET RPG as like the story, so I have like both in the same universe. So I have like a story going along with like the RPG I'm like was working on up to like a few, well, now 2 months ago. And I'm still thinking about that a lot. I'm also thinking about like ditching the VPET part. Because it's so interchangeable, you know, I could like switch a few things around and have like the Limbo thing be the thing. I was thinking about like so many things, you know. I was thinking about like actually the entire thing. Wait a second, okay. I would love to like play a game in like that post, like in that Limbo state. But I don't know how to make an interesting RPG out of that. Because the stakes are like basically, it reminds me a bit like I would do like a build a character thing. You know? Because like in the limbo thing, so to explain what I was thinking. So I had like a few different settings and now they merged a bit together. So in the first thing I wanted to do, right? The fantasy game, right? The fantasy RPG and then like the world of that. I wanted to have like a world, basically. I wanted to go like all Green Lantern. Basically the classes in that game like are guided by their emotions. For example, a barbarian has like rage, you know. And so like anger is like his emotion. And then you have like the wizard who has like basically the wizard or mage or whatever I want to call it would have like as its emotion would have like something like euphoria. So basically it would be like build your caster thing, like basically transform your spells would be the class mechanic. But then like I had like different ideas for that in general, and basically nothing came out of it that I was like super happy with. So I switched over to like the story of like the limbo thing, where like everyone has like a power related to how they died. That was the idea of that. So basically, like to explain without like saying too much about the concept, but the main character would die out of like basically an explosion caused by like a malfunction. I don't know which side of a malfunction, like if it's like an accident, a work accident or something like that. But he would die from an explosion. So like maybe that malfunction was like on an electrical side. So he would like have basically some sort of like electric powers maybe. Was the idea. But the design would be like very stylized, where like, so they basically you have like in like Limbo you have like basically your, what I would say like your pre-death self, where you look like a normal person, and then you have like your true form, which is like your body but like fucked up in a way where you have how you've died, and that's when you activate your powers. So for example, that character, because he died from an explosion, like half his body is basically missing, and it's like forming out of like fire and electricity, you know. So that was the general idea out of that. Same with like imagine like a character that is like died like from like a headshot, you know. So I had like a character design where like someone was like in like a basically in a shootout, unwillingly a civilian, but she was like shot in the head through her hand, and so her new power, basically her normal form is like her, but then like her like her true self is basically her with like a giant hole in her hand and head. That was like the idea. So basically everyone in Limbo is like super powered. That was the idea. But yeah, and then like I had the VPAD thing where like basically, well, not a VPAD, but like with like AI, basically with like AI companions. What would happen if we had like AI pets that could actually like manifest somehow? It would go very much into like the direction of like Yu-Gi-Oh! And like Pokemon, Digimon, whatever. But yeah, like I think I will go go back to the Limbo idea, because I think it's like very, very interesting. because we have like basically a JoJo-esque like system, quote unquote, where like everyone has like superpowers. But yeah, so we have like made these all red, and you will see when this dries a bit why we did that. So we are doing the following. Clean my brush. Oh. Yeah. Bit of plastic. I was like removing some like plastic support, so I have like that lying on my desk. I'm sorry. So yeah. Well, that was like my general idea in like writing, like doing a comic very stylized. I have like a few ideas where like the comic itself is like very stylized. I want to go into like the direction of like panty and stocking, you know, where like the art style is like in like normal moments very simple, but you have like some very interesting shots where like the art scales up, you know. I have an idea for that monolith, by the way. We're doing that first. So we are needing... I don't know why I cleaned my brush, because we need more red. That was a bit much, but sure. That was a bit... Wait, that was not only a bit, that was way too much. By the way, there's a reason why I'm not thinning my paints right now. Usually you thin them a bit, like a drop of water on them. But we are not doing minis right now, and when you do terrain, that is like not super detailed, you just don't need to thin. Tower, you mean? That's an obelisk. It's just called an obelisk, you know? That's a normal, like, thing that exists. Like, these are literally Egyptian, I think. Yeah, these are Egyptian. Obelisks are Egyptian. So, since we used way too much color, we will do the following. We will start painting the next one. There's no wasting color in my household. You hear that? Like, I could reprint these, like, in different colors. I think that's why you like them so much, right? Like, the Egyptians. Because they're your ancestors. That's how you knew them from League of Legends. No, just kidding. But like, yeah, so my entire Limbo story, that's like one thing, is like, basically, the idea of that universe is afterlife. Again, since I don't give a shit about the afterlife, I can be like a bit more creative. Is like, basically the premise of the story is when you die and you had like literally no impact on life, like, because so many humans are dying, like they get like put into, and nobody knows where to send you to paradise. They can't bother that shit. If you were unimportant, you land in like absolutely unimportant, no impact on anyone really, like where you're like deemed like good or bad. You're just like sent into limbo and need to cook there until you know where you end up. So basically, it's like basically either you ascend or descend, depending on how you end up in limbo. I were there when someone pressed the respawn button. Yes, I was sitting there watching gleefully. But yeah, like the idea is basically that you when you die, you end up in limbo, except if you were like very very good or very very bad. So for example, like and it's all by human perception, because like the dudes in charge, basically death can't be bothered to like watch over multiple billion of people, you know, and like animals, and like no, we're not taking more of this. We're like taking this color and then we stop. Like there's like one death god and he's like, no, I'm not dealing with that bullshit. So he sends them to limbo, and once they figured out, like, basically, if like someone is... Exactly, that's the idea. He's done with that shit. There's so many people, he can't be bothered to like look up, okay, who's good, who's bad, and who goes to heaven, who goes to basically hell. I don't know if I call them heaven or hell, but like that's the idea. Like, send one to paradise, send one to damnation, let's call them like that. And like, hell is like, death is like, nah man, you're like way too complicated. It's like way too much work. There's like someone dying every some seconds. How am I supposed to deal with that? And so they get like they get basically like they get a certificate of like, okay, you were a goodie or you were a baddie, and depending on which, you end up like again in your desired place. And if you were like basically neutral, you end up in limbo, which resulted in like basically people building like a country in limbo, because like there's like so many unimportant people. The majority of people are unimportant, right? Like so many people are not deemed good or bad. They're like all like, yeah, they're good, like people in general. They have like some very close ones, but other than that, so like you have like those billions of people who are like living in like limbo, and it's basically basically you can like you can like make a entire setting out of that, because you could do anything, right? You could do like a cops theme, you could do like a tournament theme, you could do like actually superheroes, you know, because everyone has like powers, and some are better with them than not, right? So like the idea, because why everyone has powers, is like when you die, your basically your death sets free basically your body, like your soul, in form of spiritual energy, and it's for death basically to like see what people do with their powers, you know. So if like I die in that universe and would go to like limbo, and I die, for example, I get isekai'd, right? So like my true form would be like something like a battering ram, right? Like me just like having like that power of like forcefully pushing someone or something like that. But if I rob like limbo banks, I get sent to damnation, and that's how it works. If you're an ass and get like basically caught, and like the judges say no, he's a baddie, he goes to damnation. If he said he's a goodie, he goes to like the afterlife. And so like stuff like that happens, where like, because people are like basically sitting in limbo, there's like so many people there that it's basically Earth 2. Imagine that, like, people start voting. People start, like, basically, well, people who wanted families just adopt kids who sadly passed away. You know, like, who hadn't had the chance to live. But they end up in limbo because, well, it's a kid. like, imagine you have, like, as sad as it is, you have, like, someone who's, like, dying in the womb. basically, something like that. And then like that kid gets spawned into limbo because that says, well, where the fuck should I send it? So you have like basically families who raise these children in the afterlife. That's the idea. Basically, it ends up being Earth 2, but like with people who are like nobodies. It's like there's like not the bad guys there necessarily, at least at the get-go, but like there's also not like the good Samaritans there, right? It's like just neutral people chilling there and deciding their own fate. That's the general gist of the setting. Now I need a strong yellow. But for that I need to just like start writing and drawing. So we are like painting yellow now. And now we need to be more careful. But yeah, like if you have like some crazy powers that like you want to see like in that, I'm open for suggestions. My first thoughts were like literally like, okay, sniper lady, because you can also have like very many cultures meet each other. Like literally you can have like, okay, here are some Romans meeting new people, or like who basically are like advanced to like new age technology. You know? But like my idea was like with a sniper lady, basically she can shoot sniper shots through her eyes and her hand is like basically her scope. That's the idea. Like just be balls to the wall. The only condition is like they need to have died in some way. And there's like so many people dying different ways. It's like not an ass pull that someone dies, for example, in like military duty. It just gets like burned to death, so like their superpower is like self-immolation or something like that, right? What do you mean, isn't that just Warhammer 40k? I don't know why the camera is not focusing at all. By the way, I used that one just to fuck around with like the rest of the color. I want to see how that one turns out at the end. Like this should be like the most corrupted one at the end where like everything is mixing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be like, see, that is what I find so cool. I originally wanted to do like that thing because it's like so open ended. If I do a comic and have this as like a web thing, which I want to do at some point because I want to draw something. Like the age when people die would not matter, right? Like it could be in the future even. Oh, you mean like the Romans? Yeah. Oh, the Romans thing. I mean, like in general, like it could be like in any time period because it's like so agnostic to the setting. Because people die at some point, and that's like it. What I wanted to say was like the general idea is once I start this comic, I could make it like my dream would be because I love sharing stories with everyone, right? My dream would be start that thing, make something official, but also make it like SCP, where like everyone can write for it, and it's just like basically people watch over what other people write and submit. You can submit stuff, and like a team would like basically gauge, okay, is that universe breaking and stuff like that. So we don't have like a guy who can time travel to any time period, right? Because he was hit by a clock. It's like, should not be like super boring, right? But like that's my general idea with that. It's still work in progress, but I want to do that as like a setting. I think no way people die. But yeah, it's like always like dead people, and the importance of the story is they are not special when they die, right? They are not like, oh, this is like a highly athletic person who's like had this skill and is like the super cool guy and everyone loves him. It's like just a random dude who died. That's literally the main character. Or like a random chick, I don't know. Or maybe I think I would go with ensemble cast with that one. Not big, because big ensembles are shit. Sorry to say, everyone who loves big ensembles, but like literally big ensembles are always bad. I need to see one big ensemble cast, like anime, manga, whatever, that worked out very well for the entire ensemble. Where it like really benefited it. Because I think even One Piece does not benefit from like the big ensemble. It's way too many characters. I mean, it's like a big reward now that everyone is like meeting up now, right? But like, my guy Don Krieg, right? He's like not important, man. That's the color I wanted. I mean, everyone is shitting on Don Krieg, right? Like, quickly, my quick One Piece take. But Don Krieg, like, on the PS1, I know, on like One Piece Grand Battle, Don Krieg was my main. When like only East Blue characters and like Smoker and Vivi were like in that, right? Before everyone knew like, oh, what is Crocodile, right? I like Don Krieg's design. I like that he's like a giant army man in like a pirate setting, and he's like having giant guns and stuff like that. I like the idea of that. I liked when the pirates in One Piece were doing pirate stuff. Like, I found it more interesting then. Like, the problem I have with One Piece sometimes is, as much as I love the storytelling, and Oda is like a goat for like being consistent for so long. But like, I miss the pirate stuff. It's just become way too much like, oh, superpower scaling people hit each other. It's become the same with like Dragon Ball, and Dragon Ball gets the same criticism for me. I know. No, yeah, I know. It gets crazy, but the problem I have with One Piece in general is like it lost its theming. I feel like the only thing that is like pirate related is like actually like them going for like a giant treasure. I feel like everything else not so much. Wait a second, I need to get under my table. Okay, went successfully under the table. But like in theory, like I just miss like the idea of like basically the pirates also being bad people for the most part. Like there's still some bad people, but like I really like most characters. Again, like I don't have anything against the characters or something like that. But like yeah, he's literally chill. He's like the definition of chill. But the only problem I have with One Piece is just like it lost itself a bit, I feel like. Because it just is like something way different from the start. It doesn't have to be something bad, you know? Like, many people love One Piece, and it's good. It's good. It's like very, very, very good. I think for Shonen, to keep up that quality for such a long time, and have like, maybe like Dressrosa as like the biggest stinker of an arc because it just took so long. Because it was so dragged out. Like it was like, what was it, 3 days in like 3 years? So we have now colored this in like different colors. Yellow, red, green, and blue. We're saying that to the side. The dry brushing will come later. So we now can do dry this. Now we need a smaller dry brush, like actually smaller. And not like, oh, I need a smaller one and then take the second largest. If I would find one. Ow! Hit my arm, I'm sorry. I also need a knife. I have a small knife here. Please don't cut yourself. I cannot cut myself on stream. Otherwise I will fall unconscious. I say that right now. So this has like a bit of like rough edges. Yep. So we're cutting these rough edges off. think there's no more edges. Okay. But the problem is, again, like with one piece that I just have, is like, it's just like, I like the old characters just more. Like, I would rather have like more characters, and again, I'm absolutely serious with that, I'm not bullshitting. I would have like more characters like Don Creek. I would rather have those than have like more like Grand Admirals and stuff like that. So now we're taking the dry brush and make these a bit corrupted green. So now this gets like a very weird mix. But yeah, it's like, it's weird to say. Like there's many characters I started to like less and less over the time. I also do not like the... What do I mean with I do not like? I'm not a big fan of Blackbeard. Never was. So now this looks like more sickish, right? Dude, focus. So now we have like that green shimmer in the red. I really like OP government bullshit. You mean like the Marines, like Garp and stuff? And like the admirals? Because I think the Marines and like the Admirals and like the Celestial Dragons, all of that stuff, I think I enjoy that the most. Where you see like the different side. And you see like the Marines are not bad guys, right? Yeah, I think the government is like super interesting. I need to do like the... Yeah, everything I paint here is printed. I have a set of like Dark Souls board game miniatures that I still want to paint, but like everything I do is like on my 3D printer. It's like running right next to me. There will be like more minis I will paint the next few days, but like tomorrow I will not stream, sadly. Well, I will not stream gladly because tomorrow I have my session I would have had tonight. So like tonight's stream is basically tomorrow's stream. But yeah, everything I paint usually is 3D printed. Which reminds me, I need to get like another 3D printer. I'm still like, out for buying one. But now Prusia just like announced the next one, and I'm like, So again, the aesthetic here is like corrupted like gem combinations, right? So you have like that ruby structure with like emerald mixed in. We're going like in with like multiple layers of green. But like we want to have like a very dirty looking ruby. That sounded dirty by itself. I just need to get like my camera fixed. I don't know what it does. It does weird shit today. I think it's like the dropper here that or the palette that I use. Because it has so many colors, it thinks it's like the foreground. I went with a bit more green now, so we have like a bit more of an effect. I think the thing that made me like the military most in One Piece was like the entire arc Kobe went on, and like Garp, like the progression of like in general like how the military works out and like how the government works out in One Piece. I think that's like one of my most interesting like topics because we see like a bit of them, but like. My favorite characters way back when, right? I was like there when One Piece as an anime aired. Like, remember, I'm like millions of years old, you know, and like seeing like Garp for the first time and like hearing how overpowered the guy is and that he's like related to Luffy and stuff like that is like what interests me so much about like how that family broke up and like how everything actually like is related to like those pirates, you know. I think that's for the time being enough normal green, so it's like looks spotty. So we go with the next layer, you know. I want to have a lighter green on top of that. Before we go with white, I take a lighter green. To go over like a few spots. What would it make me feel if the One Piece was the friends we made along the way? So, I mean, Oda said once that it's not that. But I think, like, much of it hints to that. Or that the treasure is, like, actually not that big. Because, like, with, like, Gold Roger basically laughing when he sees Laugh Tale. It seems to me that, like, it's so ridiculous that what that treasure is at the end. That's that, right? It's like the fun of the journey. I can see that still coming. But if it's that, I'm not even that mad. But I can see also the One Piece being basically the final world-destroying weapon, you know? The thing that is like actually the thing that needs to be stopped in the end. Because someone has like a power with that is like world threatening. I can see that happen. Dude, if it's a straw hat, I would laugh my ass off. Like, I am one of those people who's like invested in that because again, like, I'm like so I'm like 31 years old, right? I've like followed One Piece for a very long time, for a very very long time. Like, but like on and off again, to be honest. Like, there's some other stuff that I watched in the meantime where One Piece fell short, and then I just caught up. I'm not one of those people who has like who needed to watch 1,000 episodes, but basically, what I think, if it's a Straw Hat, I would laugh. I know people would be fucking mad. Like, they would freak out. Let's be real. Like, Japan would be burning if the One Piece is a Straw Hat. But then again, like, I would laugh at that. So basically, it's that. I would actually laugh at that. Or like as like YouTube chat said, like what if it's like one piece of like one, like if it's just one gold coin or something like that. Yeah, like there's like so many different like routes you could go with. I also am honest. The next king of the pirates would be Buggy. This is like crackpot theory, but Buggy will be the next king of the pirates. Like, Luffy will be the one after that. But Buggy will be king of the pirates. And then Buggy will be like, okay, I give up. Okay, you can be king of the pirates. I can see that coming. Or that the king of the pirates title will be split up or something like that. Like literally, like I can see Buggy like being the, like the idea of the fucking clown from the very first arc being still endgame is like so funny to me, because he's like the sane version of the Joker. It's like he's the sane, he's like the anime Joker of that universe, and he's like, okay, I'm here. He's like literally Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball. He bullshitted himself through his like universe. It's like great. I love that trope. Like, that's one of the trope I actually enjoy. Like, sorry, I need to drink my sip of coffee, otherwise it gets too cold. I really enjoy the trope of like a character who's like absolutely low tier, having enough luck to like basically become endgame. But yeah, I think like there's like many possibilities, and we will see how it ends. I hope it will end better than My Hero Academia, even on like the post chapter. I think that sadly missed the mark a bit, but a bit is like a bit. Like it was like on a, like I could talk about My Hero Academia for like 2 hours about when it fell off for me, and like I was like reading the manga issues every week in the hopes of like Horikoshi catching himself, but sadly did not work out that well. I need to kickstart the music up again. Again, I promise I will get a better camera. I have like a Logitech, but I need like a different camera that goes from up top, so I can do like painting and you can see it. Because right now I'm left-handed, so if I paint here, you can not see that. That's a bit bad. Yeah, Gara, that's what I mean. Like, Buggy being the final boss, I'm not putting that, like, it is a possibility, a very unlikely possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. Like, I think, like, it can actually be, like, quite possible that Buggy will be the last, Yeah, I hope he does, and he basically goes monthly. I hope he goes monthly. I hope he is not influenced by someone who says go weekly. That was like the biggest mistake he did. Horikoshi is like a monthly manga artist. He's like literally like... Oh jeez. I'm also not the biggest guy into anime, to be honest, but I watch some. I'm not one of those people who sits there and says, well, I need to watch anime. I'm like, okay, anime seems to be fun. This anime seems to be fun, I watch that. If it's recommended to me and it's good, I watch it. But like, I'm not watching anime for anime's sake. Like, I'm not a weeb. Horikoshi draws good body horror. Yeah, he draws much good stuff. The problem was, so for Chabaruk, so basically the mangaka of My Hero Academia basically drew a manga, and he had so many health issues that he needed to like stop every other week, because Weekly Shonen Jump is just like literally like sorry to say, but it's like very, very adjacent to like slave labor. You earn a little bit of money, but you're like working to death. It's like literally what happens. And Weekly Shonen Jump was like, yeah, this shit ain't fly. Finish your manga, otherwise you get into legal trouble and stuff like that. It's like manga is like a horrible industry for some people. Like, it's not as beautiful as like some people make it out to be. Let's take the hedge. We have like enough green. I mean, it's like basically they sell themselves. I mean, it's like the comic books industry, right? You're in for a run, but like the problem with the manga industry is the weekly releases, they just fuck you over, right? It's like, imagine if you have to draw, like, there's no can, you have to draw every week 14 pages of high quality manga. Otherwise you get like literally like sued. And then the health issues start, and like you need to finish off your manga because, well, your overlords say you need to, and if you don't, you basically get like into legal trouble. Yeah, we will make it a bit brown and stuff like that. Yeah, it's horrible. Like the manga industry, as much as it's loved in the West and also in the East, like general all over the world, it's like a horrible industry. I hope that like most of these artists, after they had like their initial run, they go independent. I think everyone who went independent, they were like very happy for it when they started to schedule their own stuff. For example, Araki, when he did like JoJo's, after he said, okay, I do monthly issues, these issues got like so much better. Yeah, Cyberpunk Edge Runners was really good. Like actually, I was not interested in Cyberpunk, not at all. I'm not interested in like the setting. I do not like the setting usually. I say usually, and basically, out of my like Final Fantasy 14 raid, someone like recommended it to me and said, "Watch it, please." And I watched it, and then like the basically with like with Edge Runners, they overhauled the game. So I played the game, and I say I was wrong. I kinda enjoy the idea of the setting being awful and making the best of it. You know, like making the best of like your shitty situation. And I think that's like a cool setting. Yeah, Gara, basically Oda. Oda can say fuck you, Bandai. So we need my white. Where's my white color? So we have like a bunch of colors here. This is like my normal colors, and then I have like over there, I have like an entire array of like speed paint colors, which we are not using. Because I wanted to do it the classic way. I decided myself, and it was the wrong... Well, speed painting just goes way faster, you know? Is that the Vallejo? Looks different, right? Yeah. So, the only Army Painter paint I am not using right now because I couldn't get, like, the white. Please, Army Painter, sponsor me. I will, like... Army Painter is the color I used for, like, years now. I needed to use, Vallejo. Vallejo? How is it spelled again? Gara, you're Spanish. Vallejo, right? It should be like that. It's like the only color I'm using from a different brand because Army Painter did a new lineup of like colors and I didn't want to buy like 200 new colors. I want to use my old colors until they are not working anymore. You would see it here. Is it Vallejo? There, it focused it. Camera, do your work. It's that. Like, I'm not throwing away, like, 200, like... Basically, I always, like, when they do a new lineup, I used to, like, buy the entire lineup of colors. Because you just, like, have more variety, and I like variety. You just also save a bunch of money, in theory, if you paint a lot. So, like, I just need to, like, get to the dry brush state. Okay. Okay. That's way too much. Oh god. Go over with the finger. So yeah, I'm not like buying an entire lineup of colors to like throw away like a bunch of other colors I have. Dude, why do I have so much color on my brush still? Put it away. Thank you. I need to like have it like focus at this angle. Wait a second. We're working on that. Camera superpowers activate. Configure video. Focus. We're like getting a bit of white on there. Just to have like the illusion of light. I'm not using like oils now for like shading because they don't have like really big shade spaces. Like actual shading only works well if you have like textures, which like these are just giant polygons, you know. We're just going like slightly over the edges. I want to do it now because right now the edges are like still a bit wet. So like if I go over the edges, you have like automatically, this is like bad, this should not have happened, but like on this side, you have like a light green effect. So now we're getting like that corrupted emerald vibe by just putting it a bit more green and having that light just basically emanate everywhere. We will do that after we've like done the stones. I fucked that up. I should have painted the stones first. But everywhere where there's green, we want to have that like slightly highlighted green color. So like it looks like the stones are emanating that green energy. I want to have like a bit of like a conflicting color where like the red and the green are fighting for superiority a bit. So where the green is trying to get in there, where the red is like... Basically, I want to have like a bit of like conflict in the colors, but we will get there. We can, however, start like... When we already do it like greenish. We can also go here. And we way overdid the color on the brush. But yeah. You go slightly over the edges. I think dry brushing is like not that hard to explain, but basically you take a lighter color, you go over the edges. You want to get all the edges because they are highlights. Dry brushing is usually for highlighting. You can use dry brushing for painting. For example, like it's very well done if you play Warhammer 40k in like Tyranid armies. You dry brush a lot because it like puts the chitin out better, you know, the chitin armor. You can put more focus on that. So now you have like, you don't see the colors properly, sadly, but like you have like these bright highlights, you know. It gives more of like a gemstone vibe. Necrons also like dry brushing very much. Grey Knights don't. Wait, I'm getting my Grey Knight quickly. I have him like right there. One of my Grey Knights. He's one of my kill team boys. But he's not the most elite one. I have like one who's like decked out. This is my Nemesis Sword Grey Knight. Basically, Nemesis Sword Grey Knights are best for kill team. 2 attacks, bolter option, psychic attack. They were best for kill team. I don't know if like in kill team 2 they're still the best. But yeah, I put a bit of work into that. However, I haven't put markings on the shoulder. I wanted to write something there. But yeah, my favorite faction, 40k. I love Grey Knights. .40k, it's like Grey Knights. And then like Imperial factions are first, except for the Imperial, the Astra Militarum. I'm not a big stand for like the army, at least the Imperial one. But like in general, I love the Astra Militarum. Not the Astra Militarum, I love the Empire in 40k. My first set I bought for 40k was when I was like, 2009, which would be 15 years ago, right? Yeah. I was 16 then? No, I was 15 at that point. At that point, I was 15 still. So when I was 15, I bought like my first 40k set, and it was Ultramarines against Orcs, in which I thought that Ultramarines and Orcs were like, back in the day before I knew anything about Warhammer, I thought like Orcs and humans are basically rival factions. How it's like in Warcraft. I need one spot of white. But that is like done with a different brush. We're doing the top of the monolith. It's turning up white on top. And the base will be white as well. We're like doing something very cool now. I will show you in just a few minutes. With this obelisk, we will do something cool. If it works out. But yeah, that's like my Warhammer thing. I love the Empire. Other than that, in like fantasy, I play. I didn't play fantasy, but like if I would play fantasy normal and not Age of Sigmar, if I would play fantasy, I would play vampire counts. I'm a big fan of vampires in general. So we are trying, and this is very carefully, to like get the edges in white. Of course you cannot see it well on the yellow. I should have started with a different color. I will show you in just a few seconds. So we're trying to make like the inner parts of this white, so it has like the illusion of glowing. And I put my finger on the fucking top, which is like still fresh color. Well, now my finger is white, which is like no different to my Caucasian skin color, but well, like usually, like I mean, you say it's white, but in theory, I'm like we're like pinkish, right? It's like In German, it's super weird, you know. In German, now here comes the thing that is so weird about Germany in some parts. In German, like Caucasian people, so like light-skinned people. Nowadays, you say also like light-skinned or hellhäutig. But like, it's not unusual to hear them say you are like Hautfarben or like you have like skin color. It's so weird that like the white color or like lighter skin colors are called skin color in Germany. I don't know what the other people say then, you know. But then you have like sadly some right wingers who are like sitting there and say, well, it should be called skin color because it's the color of our skin and not theirs. And I'm like, dude, please. Can we treat other humans like humans? Is that possible? Is that too much asked for? Like, treating other humans like humans, is that for some people it is, you know, but like, yeah, it goes back to the same thing that I was saying like a few streams ago, like with like how people are like super asshole-ish and not respective of like people in like, yeah, I know like, no, you are in Germany, remember, you're called a southerner. You're called a Südländer. Which is also super, super asshole-ish. Or Southlander would be like the one-to-one translation. I just don't I just don't like that. I just like, I say it again and again and again, like I'm literally like, I'm like centric left. I think some things cannot be like done like by being pure liberal, as sad as it makes me. Like I wish everyone could just like express themselves 100%, but it just doesn't work. And then like some trains of thoughts are just like literally dangerous, but like I just enjoy like in general like freedom for everyone, and nobody should be treated different because they are different. I just want to have sensible people, you know. That's what I always wish for. Sensible people are like my dream, because I wish for like, I just wish for like people to be honest with themselves and like realistic, and like not like trying to like influence politics with their like flat out dangerous train of thought. And then you have like hypocrites, like basically like the head of the German right-wing party. She's like the biggest hypocrite out of all of them. I hate her so much. She's an asshole. Biggest hypocrite of all time, in my opinion. One of the biggest hypocrites of all time. I would say. Not the biggest. The biggest goes probably to some other asshole, but like one of the... To explain what she is a lesbian woman married to an immigrant or in a civil union with an immigrant. We don't have gay marriage. Or same-sex marriage, sorry. Right? With adopted kids, who is against immigrants. Who's against immigrants. And against gay people having rights. Well, everyone except for her, right? Like lesbians also not. Like anyone in the LGBTQ plus in the alphabet soup community. And I, as a bi man, do not like this. Yeah, I just hate, like, in general, like, I hate it when, like, people, let's say it like this. I hate it when people are, like, super hypocrites and they lie. And, like, nearly everyone, in the AFD is, like, literally lying. Either they're lying or they're stupid. You cannot have, like, both of them. You have, like, literally people there who are, like, against, like, our laws and know they cannot change them, but promise change in the laws. This does not work. And they promise that. So, like, they cannot have both. They cannot be, like, smart and, like, not lying. Either they're smart enough to have read it, and know the laws and know they cannot change it, or they don't and are stupid and are like too stupid to be bothered to read. And people are voting for these idiots, and that's what makes me so sad. If they would be informed, you know. Like, I literally know a person who's literally like, yeah, I'm not, no, the AfD is not against, like, immigrants, everyone is touting that. And then, like, a few sentences later he goes like, well, one of the reasons I would vote for them is because they want to get rid of those immigrants. And I'm like, dude, they're, like, in that defensive of a mindset, they cannot argue themselves out of that anymore. For them, A plus, like, A and, like, 1 plus 2 equals 3. Like, that's how they argue. So they're like always in their victim role. I hate them so much. If they would be just honest with themselves and say, okay, we are like racist pieces of shit, I know that their party would be like instantly like locked down, because that's like actually like in the laws. Like, you cannot be like an openly racist party in Germany. That does not work. We have like a history with that, if you didn't know. This is a bit like rough. I should have like the priming for this should have been white and not like gray, which I did. I need to go with the colors over that again, but like let it dry a few minutes and then like But yeah, I'm like not a huge fan of like, as you can hear, of like right-wing parties in general. Most of the time, the problem I have with them is like they're not only like, not only are they like right-wing, but on top of that, right, which makes them, in my opinion, even worse, they're like, usually they're like those assholes that are like literally like the worst. These are like the least progressive people of all. If they would have like a goal that would not regress a country to like literally to like the state of the religions they want to fight, that would be awesome. And by that I mean, like, for example, they say, okay, and this is not my opinion, by the way, right? Please don't quote me on that. This is now officially not my opinion, and I don't want to go too deep into politics. I'm sorry that I did. But like one more thing I would say is, like, these people are like sitting there, right, talking about like, oh yeah, those people, those guys from Islam, you know, these are the bad guys, these are the bad apples. They're like barbarians from the medieval ages. We need to stop that, you know. And then like these same idiots go like, well, okay, you go there like, okay, how do we approach that? And then like, well, we should like literally like killing them. And I'm like, dude, you're like acting like the thing you, it's like literally like Anakin Skywalker. They're becoming the thing they swear to destroy, even if it doesn't make any sense, but like you know the gist, you know. It's like stupid. I hate conservatism, like conservative people. Like, I know that some things like are good the way they are because they make sense. But like going like, well, it's tradition, and that's the only argument, is stupid. I hate it. It's like so dumb. I hate that argument. Sorry, I'm going on a rant now. Like, imagine, like, it's like saying like murder are wording people like people because they're like from a different town is like something normal, because, well, we did it always in history, you know, like the barbarians from the Rhine did that, so why don't we do it, you know? I hate that mindset just like so much. Now I'm cooking. It's like so dumb. It's like it's the same like with people saying, well, you know, if you are going into like influencing, you are not having a real job. And I'm like, dude, they're working in entertainment. It's like a comedian on TV, just like different. Like, if I would earn money with it at some point, right? Which I don't think, because my content is boring as fuck. But like, thank you, Gara, for watching. But like, if it would be like that, right? This would be like a side revenue for me at all. Like, I'm never doing stuff like this like full time. But like, I would find time for this. That's like the goal. No. That's the idea, at least. And like, people, like, if someone wants to do this full time, sit in front of a camera, be funny, sure, they have more talent than me in that regard. Like, look at like famous YouTubers and compare them to me. Like, I'm like a little man. I'm like this small of a man against like this big of an inch penis. You know, it's like I comparatively, like, I'm small, and it's okay. I love sitting here painting and doing whatever I want, because I'm literally like an idiot on the internet that can like do this without getting like too many repercussions by doing this. Like, it's not my livelihood to do this, which makes it so much better. But like getting like I don't know, like 10 euros from this or something like that, which is like why I want to have subs, you know? Like, I want to get subs at some point, just so like people can throw the Amazon Prime thing at me, so I can just like afford like new paints and like new stuff. Yeah, exactly. I'd rather have like a few people watching that I like love and enjoy to talk to, and just like can meme, and I don't need to like play it up for fake things. Like, I'm a high energy character. You may have noticed sometimes I have like very high energy, but sometimes you want to chill out, you know? You just don't want to be like, whoa! Like, I love being like that whoa guy. But like, laughing my ass off, you know? I just want to have fun. This is like a fun enterprise for me. But like, basically being able to buy pizza from like this would be like a helpful thing. Just like saying, like, it would be nice to have the option. Which is why I want to have like those 3 viewers at some point. And just like talking about stuff that we did like every week, and like that we plan to do, and how it affects our lives and stuff like this. This is like something I enjoy. This is not something I prefer over doing other things, but like, this is nice. I have a glossy finish here. I want to do like a thing that it shines at the end. Yeah, we will gloss that bitch in, so it has like that light effect. All of these get like a glossy finish. I want to make them like shine a bit. Just like trying to finish the sides a bit. Yellow's nearly done. I want to have it also like a bit like a rough coloring. I don't know if it's better to show it like this. It's like not 100% perfect, but it should not be. This is like stuff that has been like standing around for like decades, so like it should not be perfect, but it should have like still the essence of what it is, right? Like, that's the idea behind it. Like, you realize in theory, like when I paint something, I don't paint it like how does it all like automatically look the best, but like what purpose does it have? What does it like symbolize? You know, I think that makes it more better and lets the creativity flow. Again, like in theory, I wanted to make the obelisk just like 3 colors, and I wanted to make the gems just like 1 color each. But like the idea, like that spitballing, that creative process between people is like so interesting to me. Like we're like it makes stuff so much better because it flows naturally. This is why I use the darker red, by the way. Usually I'm like very fan of like bright red colors, you know. Red is my favorite color, so it's important. So like it's important that we are like cautious now. We don't want too much red into, like, we don't want to have the red seep over again into the white. So we're like very careful now. Also, at some point, I want a sponsoring from like a paint thing. That would be awesome. Especially Army Painter. If someone else can convince me that their paints are better, I will use other paints. But like, I'm an Army Painter boy. Like, I have a few Games Workshop colors because there's like a guide online where you have like the different colors you need for like, for example, Warhammer figurines, and which color is like the same equivalent of like a different company. Because they have like much overlap. Some colors aren't, however, an overlap. So sometimes you need to resort to like Games Workshop colors. But other than that, it makes no difference. Like my Grey Knights are like literally done with like 3/4 of Army Painter colors. I think there's like 2 Games Workshop colors I have on my Grey Knights. And they look like every other Grey Knight I painted before with solely Games Workshop colors. Salamanders. Well, salamanders are the good guys, right? Salamanders are literally like the lawful good guys from the Space Marine orders, chapters. Like if you want to play the closest to like a lawful good paladin in 40k, on like the Empire side, you pick a salamander squad. Also, if you like your awesome if you like the good old flamethrower thingy-mabob indicator. In German it's Schablone. I haven't had it like in a long time that I needed to like think about like words in English. But I haven't been I have been streaming less over the last few months, so language is a muscle, you know. Remember how the first streams looked when I was streaming? I think you weren't there for the first streams, right? My first stream was the Dark Souls randomizers, and then I played Cyber Sleuth, and there was when you joined, right? Yeah, during Cyber Sleuth, right? Yeah, we had like 2 people there at the start. I remember it was you and the other guy was Dark Angel, I think was his name. And I was so worried that he just like jumped off because he jumped off randomly. He was like watching like every stream and then all of a sudden he wasn't there. Now I don't give a fuck anymore. But yeah, and then we had like Machine Drum on, right? There was like one guy who watched, or girl. I remember all my first viewers. There's like many viewers I had that I Really enjoyed the company of. There's some I enjoyed the companies less of. TBH, like sometimes you have like those people like because like smaller streams benefit from like interaction, right? Like oops, sorry. They benefit from the interaction, right? It's like paramount, the interaction in the like smaller streams. In larger streams, you cannot interact anymore. It's like impossible. I remember like hearing about like when Total Biscuit said like, yeah, you start streaming and think like everything will be the same, but then all of a sudden you have like 300 people in chat and they all want your attention with like quips. So you just like cannot see what they're posting anymore. You just ignore them at some point because like it's impossible to react, except for like a very few amount of like people who you either highlight, VIP, whatever. Which is why the concept on YouTube with super chats is so effective. Yeah, I don't know why people are doing that. I mean, I know why people do that, right? It's all parasocial. And I know what that is because like I don't know. Have you ever been like in like a bit of a parasocial thing where like for example like you had like a big streamer or something like that and you said, well, they are like your true friend, but like you don't really know him? And I mean like not like someone who's actually talking to you like me, right? Like I mean like I would say we at least from talking to another we know each other a bit. But like, of course, we don't know each other personally. We've never met, right? But we've said we meet at some point. I'm still like up for that. But like I'm going to so many conventions, and I always say like, if you're there and you want to meet, I'm open for meeting, because like I'm so small. Like if you want to stab me, why would you do that? What does that bring you, right? But like in reality, like, me like, yeah, I like Spain is still like on my list. I need to visit Spain at some point. I've never been to Spain, but like with the parasocial thing, right? Like I'm one of those people who watched PewDiePie when he had like 10,000 subscribers. Like I watched him in like 2008, 7. It's like when he was small, 15,000, and then he had like his 50K special, I think, and he was like, "Whoa, I'm like the second biggest guy on here," and I'm like, "Oh my god, dude, you will not know, you don't know up to this point what the bridge meme is, PewDiePie, but you will know soon, right?" Like I was watching his Amnesia playthrough as it came out. And like we were all there, right? Like, however, I think I had like a worse crush on Markiplier, and I still have. Like, I would like Mark call me up. I mean, I'm not your type. I think you're very straight. Maybe not. Maybe you're, but like, you know, that voice that does things. But I think I was way more parasocial there. Yeah, but both of them have a wife. I just always find it funny. Like in my head, sometimes I still, and I'm a grown ass man, you know. Sometimes in my head, I still have like the "Hello, my name is Markiplier." You know, like I don't know why I can't like. Sometimes I have like a silent moment, and then I have him in my head, and I'm thinking, dude, get out of my head, please. I'm way too old to be your audience in theory, though it's not that bad. Like Markiplier is not. Like I think PewDiePie back in the day, that was for kids, you know. That was like for young adults maybe, max. Like PewDiePie's age group was like for 14 to like 18 max, even younger. Yeah, I mean it's like Markiplier's "Hello" is like very iconic. Like it's like especially how he says it, right? Like I remember when he was like looking like a nerdy Hawaiian Asian boy, like like with a short haircut and with the nerd glasses and stuff like that, you know. And all of a sudden he has become a hunk. I don't know what happened. That's like as iconic as like PewDiePie's greeting back in the day. Like, let's be real. You can say what you will about PewDiePie, but like back in the day, he was iconic as fuck. Like he had the right recipe to make people like him, you know. And then you had like some other guys who sadly turned out to be like diddlers, so I'm not talking about them. I don't give them more credit than they need to. But like back in the day, so many of these like online celebrities had like very, 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 very dark backgrounds, like actually. Which is why I don't want to get in that. Don't want to be a mood killer again. I don't want to be the party pooper of the stream. You know how I feel really, really sorry about? I would say it. Fucking Pro Jared, man. That guy, what happened to him, he didn't deserve. He was actually a good person, doing nothing. Well, he did something wrong, and that was like, of course, like the thing, like not being faithful to his then wife, who was abusive. Let's say it like this. But like I'm not a big fan on faithfulness. On faithless. Well, not being faithful. Let's say it like that. For the British, for the French. I mean, what? But like, poor pro Jared, man. So one more blue and then one more yellow, because I painted sadly over the yellow a bit. And on yellow you see it the most. But yeah, I'm like a big person on like not cheating. I hate cheating in general. Like, if you have an affair, getting to that point, like, an affair does not just happen, you know? Cheating does not just happen. There's always context to that. I'm like a stern believer, and I think I said that once again, like, no action happens without a reason. Not a single action. What is NTR again? Cucked, but you know. You mean like I get cucked, and I know that I get cucked, but I don't do anything against it? But wait, is everyone like in the like, huh? Isn't the idea of cucking? Isn't that like that everyone is like involved knows about the thing that you like being cucked, and thus you like listen to like you get sexually aroused by basically someone else banging your partner? Like if I do like for example, right? If so let's say like there's cheating involved, but you like that you get cheated on. Is that what I'm like understanding right now? Like that basically your partner cheats on you, but you enjoy that? Sorry, sometimes I do not understand like what some things are. I'm I read the word NTR a few times, but like I never like connected it to something. Give me just 1 second. I Google what it is exactly. It's easier to have the definition. Okay, NTR is a term that originates from Japanese adult video games and stands for netorare, which can be translated to cuckold in English. In the context of manga, manhwa, and manhwa, NTR is a genre that involves infidelity, cheating within a romantic sexual relationship. Generally for the word. So NTR is generally just cuckolding, right? So it's not directly cheating, it's just cuckolding. Have I understood it correctly now? Because that's what the internet says. It's only cuckolding. Wait a second. Something fell over. Okay. Coming back. Good. Now I've made up my mind. Okay. So, first of all, let's start with the first thing. I need a bottle opener. Because we're getting serious and I need alcohol for that, otherwise I die. Just kidding. But I seriously want to take a drink. Where's my bottle opener? I have like 3 of them. Okay. So, let's go into the NTR thing, right? Well, that's something I did not want to say tonight. With the context that is given. So, let's go through all scenarios to make it easier. If it's NTR, you know, and everyone involved knows about it, and everyone likes it, then it's all consenting adults, and I don't give a fuck. If the NTR is non-consensual in theory, like nobody asked for the cuckoldee to be cuckolded, you know? So when, like, for example, you have husband, wife, and due to holds the cook, you know? Then I would say, if like, out of the 3, the husband is not informed that like the wife is cheating, but enjoys it, and the cuckolder, like everyone who knows it and the husband doesn't know that this is happening is a horrible person, but it's on the husband to decide what he makes of it, you know? Like if you enjoy that shit and then cry about it when like your partner runs away with like the person who holds your cook, you know. then that's your own fault. That's your own, like, by your design, you know? But, like, still, everyone who's, like, going in with the intention of cheating is a horrible person. Like, in my opinion, like, dirt. So now, with the third scenario, cheating in general is horrible. Everyone who cheated ever in their life, no matter the reason, is a horrible person. Like, actually, this is like a horrible thing. Like, if we go back to biology, yes, it's like sticking a PP into the JJ, but like we've put so much like social, like we have put like so much social emphasis on like monogamy, you know? Like, I mean, like, even if like people like bigamy, you know, like, and like 2 wives get cheated on, or like, I don't know, like, no matter how big the harem, you know. Like, if you want to fuck an external person, maybe, just maybe, if your desire is so big to not bang your significant other, you should split up. And yes, there's like some cases where it's very hard. Very, very hard. But I don't know that wild sex is like a help for that. I know I'm very judgmental on that, but like as someone who had like a short time fling with someone who then like cheated on me because I don't know why. It's been a while ago, but like that shit hurts, you know. Even if it was not that serious at that point in time. But I was thinking maybe I want to make it serious, and then like I heard like, yeah, you're not the only one, by the way. And like I think that's like even if you're not like not in it, like if times are hard, and I know people suffer abuse and it's very, very hard, but I think those people need to figure their shit out before they like engage something else. And I mean it goes into a gray area, and I would say I understand way more that like someone who is like in a very abusive relationship, like I understand that when they say, okay, I'm cheating, you know, I want to get out of this. Like that's like a fight or flight reflex. I understand that more. But I still am like not a good judge on like character of like a cheater. I'm always like of the opinion, once a cheater, always a cheater. Because like it's an out for everyone. Like it becomes like such an easy out for you, you know? Instead of talking, instead of resolving something, you want that. But I don't know if I would still say the same if I was in an abusive relationship. So I'm like very careful with that one. But in general, like in a normal relationship, if you cheat at any point, even if your marriage does not go well, because like you have lived apart from each other, there's no reason to call it off and then find a partner. And I'm absolutely like that. I'm like very hard on. Like I do not respect any kind of cheating. Like I'm not sitting here and say, oh, that's okay. Like if one of my friends would cheat on their partner, no matter who, like even suggest the act of cheating is like no. It's like get out of my apartment. It's like that easy. If I would hear that someone was cheating like that, it's like such a, it's like the problem is like I don't know a word for that, because like it's mean is like not the right word. It's like emotional murder. That's what I would say. That person you cheat on like basically gets destroyed, you know, like literally. Like it's so destructive. Like because like to a cheater, I would say, because of like your itch and your happy feelings of your dopamine rush you want to have, like you basically destroyed the trust of a person that will be never repaired. This is like irreparable damage. Even worse when like families are attached to that, right? Like kids and stuff. Like if an entire family gets like destroyed by that, like everyone suffers from that. Like everyone. It's so bad. Like that is for me like on a love relationship level the worst. It's like literally the worst. I you just like start distrusting everyone. It's like literally that. Like your brain goes into like every time someone like literally like in the dating scene, right? For example, you go out dating, because I know that because my mind went there as well. So I like this is like first-hand experience. Sorry to be like that destructive again, but like you go on a date or you talk to someone online and they say, well, I'm talking to another guy, and your mind instantly goes to that place. Like your mind instantly goes to the place where like literally it's like, oh, wait, that person is talking to someone else. Oh my god, I hope they're not like using me again or something like that. Like it happened before. That's where your mind is at that point, and that is very, very, very dangerous. That's how you get like these overprotective idiots at some point. Like that were like very okay at some point, but then turned out to be overprotective. Okay, now we leave this to dry. We are so done with this now. Often, am I a joke to you? Yeah, but I'm talking about like, of course, like families that are like still like together, right? Where like a kid is like, for example, 2 years old or something like that. They don't turn out to be an orphan instantly, but like orphans, of course, like orphans, like I'm honest. I'm super honest. I would think about adopting. Yeah, of course. The stray cat is like, dude, I want to see that cat at some point, man. Stray cat is way more important than me. I'm sitting here drawing, like, but like, orphans in general, like, you say something, I would actually think about adoption. Even though I know that most orphans are very, 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 very difficult in terms of like character, because they have like so much baggage, and I know like people like these are like very, 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 very poor people who have like very big abandonment issues. Some like especially when they are like older orphans. But I would love to like adopt at some point. But Germany makes it very hard to adopt for like a single parent, so. And find a person who wants to adopt as well. I mean, adopting animals would be also something, but I cannot keep animals right now. I would absolutely adopt animals. Like, for me, the problem is I actually am very indifferent about kids, right? Like, I don't know. I'm like, if you ever heard about me talking about kids, like, I'm a person who does not care what my partner thinks about kids. Don't want them? Okay, we're not having kids. Want them? Okay, we're having kids. Like, it's not my life goal to have kids at some point. Like, even if I would, and I quote like my grandma back in the day, when you find the right person, you want to have kids, definitely. Like, sometimes you find the right person and don't want kids, and that's okay. It's absolutely okay. Yeah, if you want to have a kid, that's great, right? It's like, for me, it's like, also like, I can see myself get a kid, but like, or have a kid, but like, I don't need to. Okay, this goes to the side. Now we go with the gray. Now we have this here, this little building here. We are doing some magic on that. So it's already gray primed. We take a darker gray and give it a bit of color, and then we make a bit of magic while we do the rocks as well. So we take dark stone. Yeah. Like, my big brother, like, I'm an uncle, right? Like, I'm happy that my niece is doing well, she's developing well, she's awesome. My friends have like kids, and I love to, like, at the moment I cannot see them much, the kids of my friends, but like, I want to see them more, and I will get to see them more when I'm done with my school, but like, I need to make like, take like priority. And yes, if I would know if my friend would have time today, I would absolutely like stop streaming and go see his kid. Because I'm like, the kids are like super important to me. Like, they're like people who will be accompanying me probably like the rest of my life. But like, I'm not like in the like, I'm not in the market for like, oh yeah, I want to get a kid, man. I want to be a parent now. So we're doing a bit of a darker twist on the building. But again, like, I wouldn't be like opposed to adopting a kid. One of my work colleagues is adopted, and he's like, he had like a very good childhood as far as I heard. Like, but he was adopted as a baby. I don't know how different that is. Instead of like being adopted when you're like, say, 4 or 5 years old or even older. Did the music stop again? Yes, it did. But yeah, I would adopt. Yeah, it depends on the yeah. Assholes always exist, that's true. But like, I would absolutely like, again, I'm like very pro adoption. Especially for parents who have like very complicated like medical histories, and for whom like childbirth can be very, very hard. Like, we need to remember, like, there's still people nowadays dying during childbirth. Like, that's not it's a more uncommon thing nowadays, but like, it's not like super, super uncommon, right? It's not like a 1% chance you die. Like, sometimes people die during complications. Slavery plus and what? Okay, I want to hear that explanation because I would disagree hard on that one, to be honest. Remember that most adopted kids live like in like houses with other adopted kids that are like not having the best social backgrounds. Let's say it like this. Like there's a bunch of like kids with like abandonment issues and stuff like that. And I think like a person who wants to like have a child but can't and can like have a kid and give that kid a future, there's like no slavery part in that. You don't get them for work. You know? They're there to like be your kid. So that's why I'm so interested right now, because I mean the process, if you put it like very, very, very like objective, right? Like you go to like a place and get a kid for free, in theory. Like you get another human, but like there's like checks and balances, right? Usually, like I don't in other countries it's not. I'm not like trying to lie to myself, like, but like at least in Germany, like I could not just adopt a kid. Like could not just go there and say I want to adopt a kid, you know. But there's many countries where you could. But I always see like giving a human being that has like a bad start in life a chance to have a beautiful life with someone who actually loves them, like as their own kid, who would do like the act of like maybe not even like reproducing themselves, which is like our biological need usually for many people, who would like offer all that to a random kid that's not theirs. I think that's something like actually very noble and beautiful in my eyes. Animals do it all the time. Like any duck, like ducks adopt other ducklings if there's no mother around. They just do. It's like in their instinct. I think that's a beautiful thing. Otherwise, we would have like have way more dead, like sadly, kids and stuff like that. And I think that's a very, very, very good sacrifice. Like morally, very, very good sacrifice, because like these kids cannot do anything for like this circumstance, right? They are like I know you say it's like in your eyes it's wrong, but like I see it always from that perspective. Yeah, some cats do that as well, and otherwise the kids would die. Good, in our situation the kids would not die, but like I think it's so like seeing it from that perspective. Say like you have like a kid, you know, like that kid, it is born into this world. It doesn't have a choice about that. It doesn't have a choice about who their parents is. Talking about it, it was like the one successful sperm that did like the thing with the egg, and then like it became alive at some point. And all of this resulted in like a human being being born who's like in circumstances it just is unable to get out of. Like absolutely. And like you have, at least with like adoption in Germany, you have a very good vetting process. You have like literally like you meet the kid like stays over, you know, it sees like the circumstances, and if like everyone is like okay, then the kid gets adopted. It's not like, well, with babies it's a bit different, but like with like little kids it's like that, right? Like no kid is going where it's like doesn't feel well, usually. Again, exceptions, there's always exceptions. I'm not denying that there's horrible people out there. But like, and then these people give that kid who had no chance, who had no choice, give that like a life as basically their own flesh and blood, and give them the opportunity to have an education, a social system around them, like someone who's always by their side, ideally. Again, ideally. In a non-ideal world, that bad things happen, but like we live in a non-ideal world. But that's why, like, most people say, and I understand that, why they say, well, a single person cannot adopt in Germany just like that, because of finances and stuff like that, and because some people are diddlers. That song is shit. But yeah, like I think like the topic of adoption is sometimes like a bit more like, well, there's always been orphans, but I just like, I don't know. It's a difficult topic. It's like not like black and white. There's like many shades of gray. I would say more than 50. Yeah, but like I think like I don't know, it's so difficult for me. But yeah, I think we should switch topics. I think we are running this topic to the ground right now. I think that would be like a better topic over like literally like a podcast or like where we just talk for an hour. I think. So we're letting this color dry. So, a new challenger approaches. So I have one of those automatons ready. This has like supports on them. What we are doing is we're getting the supports off them and start the next sprint. So to prepare the next sprint, I will just quickly clean my print sheet and then we'll be back. I'm literally standing right next to you. I just cannot read chat for like the next 10 seconds. 20 seconds. Okay. I have done my thing. Now I will drink my last coffee. Also, I need my pliers. Where are my pliers? Where are my fucking pliers? What the fuck? Where's my super suit? Take these and these. In the meantime, we get rid of the supports while everything is drying. And free this model. So, this is a 3D printed model. As you can see, there's like many supports on this. The model is within. It's so we can print in the air, you know. So again, I'm left-handed, but snipping I do with the right hand. I love to remove the supports from the top down because then you have the most stability on your model still. Because if you start ripping up here, then you have like basically like a lever where you have like you have more force than you want on your print, and then stuff like ripping off feet happens. So you want to basically get rid of all the supports, and I usually don't like many supports. Like the less the better. You want your model to be like support free if at all, but it does not happen always. Sometimes you need them, especially on like figurines with like dynamic poses. And it's not bad to cut them off like at all. The supports are worth nothing, they're like trash. There's a way to like reuse the supports you used, basically make new filament rolls out of that, but I do not know how up to this point. And if I know, I will do that, because like I want to be as green as possible. No god hand nippers. No. I don't have those. I know I should take some, but I take them from Kniepex. Like, it's literally the ones I use for work. Like, most of my tools I have are usually work tools I use. Like, it's literally then, like most of the stuff I use, I have, like, first-hand experience from work with. It's the same with sponsors, what I always say. Like, I'd rather use stuff that I already have a bit of experience with, and then branch out. Like with that one Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, I would never take a Raid sponsorship. Warhammer 40k Tacticus, however, sponsor me up, bitches. I'm literally one of those guys who plays a lot. I did a bit of paying in that game as well. I have to admit, I paid like €5 for like, no, 10 up to this point. I bought like those. Basically, that you have a daily income on like the paying currency. Basically, you get the daily shipment, and it's cheaper than like if you buy them in a bulk, but you get them over a long period of time. So that's what I did. Condom sponsor, like, yeah, if Durex wants to sponsor me, I've used their product as well. There's also some like if like it wasn't forbidden on Twitch, I would like actually like do like sponsorships for like in general for like sex toys and stuff. Like I have experience like that. I'm not ashamed of saying that. I'm not prude. Like, I own stuff. Yeah, but like, there's like a few exceptions who can do that still. But in July they said nobody new can have that sponsorship anymore, as far as I know. If there's still a loophole, then there is, but like it was explicitly said like pornography and like sex toys are like forbidden now. For as new sponsorships. Ongoing ones, I think Moist Critical is still like sponsored by Pornhub, right? Or was like sponsored by Pornhub, for example. I think it was Moist, if I remember correctly. Like I would absolutely be sponsored by Pornhub if I could be. If I could be like literally like you could like put like so much like to me like different labels. I don't give a shit. Like, I consume many products. Again, I'm not ashamed to say that I have a healthy sex life, I would say. Well, not healthy sex life right now. I have a little bit less, like, intercourse, but yeah. I have a healthy sexual drive, is what I wanted to say. Oops. As you can see, like, now we have got rid of some of the supports. And closer or further. And we're like getting the model off. So this is like a spear fighting. Here you see the gems poking through the armor. Basically like a spear fighting monk. But yeah, like in theory, like about sponsorships, I take any sponsorship I can speak for the product for. So like, doesn't matter if it's card games, if it's paint colors, if it's DDoS, which I not will say the real word for because YouTube will kill me. If it's like other stuff, I can speak for much. I have much experience. I am an old being. Have you heard about the flat earthers that went to like Antarctica? Have you heard that the last few days? Dude, that was crazy. So basically, the flat earther community, right? Let's call them that. They went on a long tangent. You know their drill. They're like, well, the Earth's flat. Nobody thinks that, but like, they'd still say it. But yeah. So they made like a bet because they after years of arguing, they finally found common ground. And that common ground is, dude, Antarctica has a midnight sun, right? Like, there's the midnight sun in Antarctica. I don't know if you know what that is. I will explain quickly. So basically, the midnight sun is an event where like it's 24 hours fully day during like the highest point of like the year, where like the cycles switch again. You have like one day of pure sunlight. This does not work on a flat Earth, and they accepted that it would not work on a flat Earth because that would mean the Earth is round, because Antarctica sits then on top of that globe, right? Like in relation to the sun, basically. And so it said, well, yeah, we are picking up what you're putting down. What's this about, this midnight sun thing? And then they like, some influencer said, no, we're not going to do the experiment even if we get like a flight to Antarctica for free, because those assholes know that they're like trying to rip off people who believe the Earth is flat and like try to like make money from them, shit like that. I mean, there's like literally like a €3 app on like the Google Play Store that is like literally Google Earth but flat. So like they knew that this would happen, and so they didn't go to Antarctica, right? Everything's fine. So like those people go to Antarctica and they sit there, set up cameras, so you have like a 24-hour stream. It's a stream, so it's like not recorded. And then they go to Antarctica and it turns out, during the midnight sun, exactly when they said it, there's like literally a 24-hour day. How is that possible? And people freaked out. Like the flat earth community was like, oh god. Like literally there were like two flat earthers who went there. Kudos to them, by the way. Like they were like really believing in that shit. The rest of them, you know, they don't believe in that and they want to make money. So like they went there and turned out, wow, there was a 24-hour day, and they made a YouTube video like, yeah, sorry guys, I think we need to rethink our stuff here because this is a bit weird. And so they are now rethinking that, and I think okay. Jesus Christ. But yeah, I think it's respectable that those people said, okay, we went to Antarctica, there is a midnight sun during the winter. Dude, Google, stop it. Stop. Okay. My mobile phone wanted to do stuff. And they said, well, we were wrong. I think that's at least more merit I give to these assholes who like say, okay, no, we're not going there. They are trying to trick us. Yeah, those people are ripping the flat earth community off. And I mean, it's their own fault to believe in a flat earth. And I think it's like weird to say basically to be like so intellectual dishonest and like say, no, we want to be ignorant to think the earth is flat. Even though there's like literally millions of independent sources that confirm that the earth is round. There's like literally indie companies who have no association with any state that are trying to like convince these people. And I think it's hilarious that they try to do, because those people don't want to be convinced, right? But like it's aggravating a bit, because like those people are like it's, I mean, not 100%. There's like people who are like not American who are like doing that, right? Did someone do something? Did someone super chat me? If so, thank you very much. I saw something pop up. If the earth was flat, cats would push everything down the edge of it. Yeah. Dude, true that. like it's like, oh whoa, what the fuck? No. Is everyone still there? Okay, everyone is still there. My PC just did stuff. But yeah, like it's that thing, right? It's like I find it so aggravating to like think about like people actually saying like that the planet you live on, which was disproven by fucking people during the Middle Ages, right? By just fucking taking a boat ride, that the Earth was round, and they're like, oh no, the Earth is flat. Why? Because we want to be special. It's like the opposite side of like other people who want to be special for like attention's sake. It's like, can we try to be not special? Is it that hard? So this is like the model I printed. It's like actually good quality, except for like a few edges, which we will work around. But like, I love that my printer can turn out now smooth models, nearly smooth. Where with a bit of like help, you can make them actually like smooth. It's a good model. Stream died for a sec. Oh god, I'm sorry. Configure video. How much zoom can I go into? And how much focus can I go into? Like this is a good model. He has like his gems on the back. I'm printing the next one right now. It has like a bit of fuzziness, but like there's something I will do tomorrow in the morning. Because I need my air dryer. I need that for that to actually be a thing. Well, let's get to the rocks. Totally forgot about the rocks. So, we have the gems that are a bit corrupted, that have like weird opposite colors of each other. I think that idea, Gara, that was like very, very good, where like we have like opposite colors eating each other. I really like the idea. I need to see if like with something else would be like interesting. For example, I mean with something else, I mean like with yellow and orange, for example, which are also complementary colors. So we're making that rock gray. We're making all of the rocks dark gray. So they look like rocks and not like weird red blobs. Can I improve the lighting on this? Like a bit forward and a bit like this. And the camera a bit up. Again, I'm sorry for the perspective. I will work on that. First thing next year, after I bought this microphone, which I bought, will be a better camera setup for painting. So we have a top-down camera. Because I'm left-handed, it's like way worse. I would need to I need to draw in this perspective to make you see it, and I won't see anything which I'm painting. So I'm trying to get like this weird mixed perspective where I paint from the top and you see it from the front. I'm sorry. I still have one cup of coffee still standing here, man. You mean coffee? Well, I would love to have my coffee done, but I'm usually when I'm streaming, like I forget to drink. Okay. Now we have the rocks in like rock colors. We will let that dry. And go with this one here with the emeralds. And make the little rocks rock colors too. So, what's the next? Where's the others? There. Oh, this one does not have rocks. Good. This is standing on rock. The music is getting a bit annoying, even though I like the dark electro or dark techno. What do we switch over to? Give me a genre and I would play it, except for like hip hop. I'm not a big fan of hip hop. I was thinking about like either going back to electro swing. I think that's always fun. But I also can like go to I mean I could go to like really opera. You sure about that? Classic we can go to. But then I want to have like something peppy. I want to have remixes. Let's hope it's not too classic. Nah. We will play it for a short time, but if I get annoyed, I'm not playing further. The problem is it needs to fit with like the thing we are doing, right? And this is like, I mean, it sounds more Christmassy. Let's be real. If the music gets too bad, I don't know. Let's give it a shot for like 2 minutes or like for like 2 songs and then we see. I'm not dismissing it by like just like wanting to dismiss it, you know. I give everything a fair shot. We can color these stairs. We can dry brush them now. Okay, we start dry brushing a few of the this set of stairs and this set of stairs. So we start with a dark color, of course, like always. Dry brushing stuff always goes from like the darkest to the brightest color. And you get lighter and lighter with each stroke you do with the colors. After this set of stairs, I will, however, like, drink my coffee. We're not ending the stream, but I will drink my coffee. I'm on vacation. I don't give a fuck anymore. Right now we're like not really dry brushing, we're the step before that. Basically still priming a bit. So we can actually go with the dry brush, but yeah. The most important thing is that we just let just be artistic, not with an U. I mean like artistic. Just do a bit of coloring. Have the stairs be a color. And over time we will get to the point where this will be all better, all good, all nice, you know. That fell out of my hand. Okay, we've done one set. Now the other. Maybe we can refocus a bit. So we go here again. Because now I know I can paint above this and be in the focus. Yep. Maybe I should get a GoPro, but then I need to like close my windows, otherwise you wouldn't know where I live. I would literally dox myself if I would stream with open windows. I still have Dubai stuff, yeah. I still have some ready from last stream. We always prepare some. Should I do like a bit more greenery? Because we need to let some stuff dry, so it's like not like we cannot do too much anymore. That was like the playlist? Are you kidding me? No. Good. Do I have more gray stuff? In theory, no. So we use the rest of the gray color. Dude! There's someone wanting to sell me cheap viewers. Look at this. Dude, I wish I could do something against this. Oh wait, I can. Oh no, my finger is slipping. Oh no, I think I have a problem with my big finger. Oh no. Where the fuck is the ban button? On PC it's so much easier. What the hell? I wanted to do that entire bit with like, oh no, my finger is slipping. What am I doing here? Oh, there. Oh no, my finger slipped. Oh, you mean like to add it to the castle? There's other stuff we can get that is more for like moss and stuff. There's like actual moss. Well, not actual moss, but like, look. It's basically rubber. It's basically painted rubber. You can make that shit yourself. Spray it green and just like basically on the rubber or something like that. But like getting that in bulk is just easier, or a sponge or something like that. And then you can like take little things and put them there and glue them like on the spot to make it look more like an old castle. But like the tile set I bought for this is like, I wanted to make like, first of all, neutral tile sets, which is why I had that entire thing going with like the, I would show you again. Which is why I had that entire thing going with like these. With like the knobbies. Because if I can do that, I could like print 3 tile sets of the same thing. And when I do like 3 tile sets of the same thing, then I could just make them more beautiful. Dude, this music is making me too melancholy. I'm sorry, I think this is like something I will play during my when I finally bite the dust. You know, that's a song that I play. Let's do something else. Royalty free. You know what? Dude, as if. I need to see if I can get them royalty free. And then I will play the music, okay? Yeah, baby! And a happy new year! It's royalty-free mixes of Christmas music! This is so dumb, but it's so good. I don't give a fuck, man. I, however, did like a few drawing mistakes, sadly. So I need to like work around something. We need to get our old faithful back. This is so horrible, but so funny. I love this mix. It's so dumb. So we have like a bit of like gray on our red parts. We don't want that. This is why you do the drive rushing at the end, which is why I said like this was like very bad. I find it funny that my family always calls me the the Grinch of the family, because I'm like, nah, I don't really celebrate Christmas. But like deep down, I'm probably the one who celebrates Christmas the most. Like literally. Like every year since I live alone, I'm always like, yo, Christmas time, let's do some funny music and do stupid games if you can find them. I don't even know that Christmas song. Ah, now I know which song it is. This is like so stupid, but I love it. Dude, I would love playing Robobeat with that as a custom song, with Christmas songs. This would have like probably as many BPM as most of the songs actually. We still need to clear Robobeat, by the way. Sorry. I need to do it like this. Otherwise you don't see what I'm doing. Okay. This is so horrible, but I love it. It's so cringy. I haven't heard Last Christmas this entire year. Last year I failed the challenge, but like I went into a store and they played Last Christmas. But this year I've been actually pretty clean with that. Which song is this? This is not Last Christmas, right? Oh my god, this starts already like Last Christmas. Please don't fuck me over 3 days. No, it's Silent Night. Everything is fine. We're clear, boys, we're clear. Dun, 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 dun. If I'm there next year for Christmas, if I should be there, we're doing like a summer game stream on Christmas, by the way. Oh, I need to stretch. Oh god. Sorry for showing my belly. Yeah, belly jiggle. I need to stretch really bad. Okay, we need to fix that model today. So we need to stick the hammer to where it belongs. So what we need to do is... And here comes the dangerous part. Super glue. My best friend Super Glue, who has never abandoned me, right? Which I will take after I drank my coffee. I said I will do that. So, just as a quick thing, Monday will be the last stream of the year. So what we will do on Monday, and only on Monday, I could think about like 3 things. First, we can try and beat RoboBeat. Second, Dark Souls on a dance mat. I would start in the morning and keep going. Third, Dark Souls randomizer. Fourth, trying to beat games I said I will beat this year and I didn't. Or be boring and beat Portal 1 and 2 in like 3 hours. I can beat Dark Souls 1 in the same time I beat Portal 1 and 2 if I'm fast enough. Or we do like... Or we do something way crazy and say, okay, Elden Ring. Just like a quick Elden Ring run. That we could also do. But I would pick like Elden Ring for next year again. Especially when the thing comes out. So, my favorite would be Dark Souls on a dance mat, TBH. So I would use Sunday if I stream on Sunday, we would like do the setup for that. Would be the goal, doing setup for this, and maybe I don't have more time on Sunday. But Monday would be, it's either Sunday or Monday the setup, and then the runs start, and we see how long I need to take with like Dark Souls on a dance mat. Good talk. My coffee is still not empty, and that makes me sad. Guys. Hey. Rum bum bum baram bum bum baram bum 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 baram bum bum ba da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, the model is glued together with super glue. Super glue is like my best friend. Okay, now we're dry brushing the emeralds and stuff, and then I think we're done with the painting part. Because I can only paint the goblin, and I do not know which colors they should be. We can do the outer rim of the goblin. So we are now we are really dry brushing. So again, we're getting all the moisture out of the paint. I drew on my hand on purpose for that, and then we only take the white pigment. And just try to brush the pigment onto that. The same we do with every other part. So we're like getting the color, getting rid of the color a bit, see how it looks on my hand, and do this. The important part is you don't want to paint. You want to accent stuff, right? You want to make light effects and not like paint the thing white, which is why you should not, like, depending on how crass and how extreme your light is, You don't want to have like too many layers of that. It's like 1 to like 20, like everything between is like usually fine. Otherwise you get like these super wide lines, which helps for like a comical look. But we are not aiming for that, right? We're aiming for like a bit of like surrealness. Now we get to the big boy again. We want to have white, like usually you want to have like the edges to have them a bit like of a white effect, but we want to have also like that crystalline effect. So we need to have like a bit of white on like the not the edges, but like the actual like spaces where we colored extremely. So we have like a bit of like that artificial reflection going on, you know. And then you get like these nice edges that look like a bit more like... It'll give you a bit of a better effect. Good. That looks good. Now I'm happy. Let them dry and let the color like sink in a bit, and then... We only have one thing that we need to do that for, and this is like the hardest thing I painted today, even though it's only four colors basically. But it needs to be done right, and that's the thing I'm scared of. One droplet of color. We want to pronounce the edges a bit, not too much. Okay, and then we have the glossy finish, and that's the one that I'm pissing my pants most about. I need to see how to apply that again. I haven't done that in a while. Oh no, this is anti-shine. Shit. That's mad. I don't have glossy. Why don't I have glossy? Well, we need to get glossy finish. I want to have shiny finish, not only like anti-matte shit. Right? It's like anti-shine, I mean. I want to have shiny finish. Good, that is the most part about the terrain for today. So what we do for this one, we make a yellow rim so the player knows which character is his. And also I try something that I haven't dared before. I need to get my pliers. Or something else sharp. So basically what I'm doing is, there's like a bit of like supports between the legs of the goblin. And I'm trying to like push it out. Because the rest of the supports is gone, except for that little piece. And it looks really ugly. Yeah. Now I'm happy. So we are doing paintbrush. Where are you there? And we go with like yellow. And then we do this and do this here. You go very thick with those colors. Like, usually you do like 1 or 2 layers, but I want to do it in 1 layer. Because this is like just a yellow rim. There's no detail here. You don't need to like look out for something. You just do this. And then you go the other way around. Two ways done. Nice. Is there something yellow we need to do? I don't think so. I've done all the clusters. Is there a character I need to paint? I did a bit too much yellow, to be honest. But also I lack a bit of yellow here. Oh my god. I need to clean my desk now, or soon. The stream won't be going on for forever, by the way. How long are we streaming already? 4 hours nearly. Because I want to get up tomorrow and need to prep my session a bit still. Actually it's quite done, but like better safe than sorry, right? Better have a bit more prep. My players come earlier tomorrow, so... And I know them. They want to play. And I have a few encounters in mind. Like, I have just such a fucking big backlog. I could, like, paint for hours still. In theory. But it doesn't bring anything to, like, have something painted on and then, like, desperately try to dry brush it. Usually it works worse then. So I'm looking around my desk and trying to see something I can still paint. Oops. But I think I painted everything that I primed today. Yeah, I think I did all that. Small Cobalt will get a priming tomorrow, and I will do the rim. Everything else I need to work out with that one. Yeah, I think for today I cannot do much. I would love to paint the goblin, but I do not know which colors he is. I could do these for like... You know what? I could like do a little bit of white dry brushing for you still. If you're still there, I don't know. Because I can do like speed coloring on that one. But the dry brushing needs to dry as well. So we're doing that. One drop of that. Paint a bit on my hand. So this is like a wooden log. Basically what you're doing is you're making it like what I'm trying to do is you basically put like a black or a gray on that, and then you dry brush it white. And the speed paints, I will show you again. The speed paints are quite interesting as a concept. Quite simple to replicate, by the way. If you know what you're doing, at least. Was that everything? Boring. Let's do another thing. Royalty-free EDM music. I will give you the trees and then I will piss off because 4 hours of painting is also a lot of time. Like you lose concentration after a while. You can see that because I'm like also like not centered on the camera all the time. So basically you dry brush these to have like bright colors on the brighter spots. Which is why I love speed paints so much. Speed paints are so good. If you do it proper, speed paints are like a lifesaver. They save so much work. Just by like doing like 1 minute of prep work. So we have this now, right? And now the speed paint comes in. And this is like so good. So we're like taking the wooden color from the speed paint. I just need to find it. Looking through my speed paints.
Open your mind.
Nope.
The world has been left broken. Open your mind.
Nope.
The world has been left broken.
So we take a speed paint. And for speed paints we need something else than like this one here. We need my actual artistry kit. Huh. Artistry. Put like 2 drops of like speed paint in there. And now you will see fucking magic. It's like such a cool concept. It's super simple and in like how it works. It's like very thinned down paint basically. And then since we have like done this as like a prep work, you can like also do this. Take a few drops, put that on this, and then like just go over there, just like generally, and let the magic work itself. So now we can literally just paint this. We're just putting the speed paint on. It's just one coat. And since it's like very watery, it flows like to the crevices and leave darker areas there while letting the other ones highlighted. I love speed paint. Speed paint is so good. Like for like quick stuff you need to paint, this is like a godsend. If you say, well, you don't care about how the tree looks, you know, it's just a fucking tree, then you can do this. This song is very 2015. And it's weird to say this, but I miss songs like this. I know it's nostalgia, and nostalgia is like corrupting my mind, which is bad. I don't like that usually. But it reminds me very much of like an era where I was young and not fat. I'm not old. I'm getting older. What am I doing wrong? So now you have like this. This looks like a big turd right now, but like once it dries, you have like very cool tree-esque wooden colors. I love speed paints. It's like what I did in like 40 minutes before, I do like in 2 now. Speed paints are awesome. If you want to have like something quickly, if you want to have like something personalized and special, then of course speed paints are not the way to go. But I have like done models with speed paints and they look awesome. Like I would say if you're like a newbie with like painting minis, speed paints are like the best thing you could do as a starter thing. Even it makes you a bit lazy, to be honest. Like I don't know if you like, the only thing you need to know is dry brushing. And like have a steady hand when you do this. Because once you like, they are unforgiving. If you fuck up an area, that area is fucked up forever. That's the only like disadvantage of speed paints. And they have like a very long time to dry because they're like very wet. But other than that, I love speed paints. Like, I can only recommend them. Still Army Painter, by the way. Like, I love using speed paints for like areas and stuff like that. Even though you use like different colors for like areas usually, because like terrain, because you dry brush terrain usually only. But like, like look how fast that tree goes. Like, I'm like nearly all the way around the stump. And that was like with 1 drop of speed paint. I do another drop and that will like literally finish this entire tree stump. I love speed paints. I can only repeat myself. Sometimes a tree is just a tree and you want to have it painted. Like for someone with a 3D printer who wants to have like new terrain very quickly, I think the combo 3D printer with input shaping and like any 3D printer with input shaping and like speed paint is like the way to go. You can make color terrain so quickly. If you know Fusion 360 and stuff like that and can like model yourself, dude, you can make so like you can make quick money. Paint these, like make your own model, paint it, sell it on Etsy. Done. It's like people want to buy these and it looks like very good. Like when it dries, it looks like very, very like a real tree. And that's a tree, and that's why I usually paint with speed paints on stream. Also, my belly is showing. Go away, belly. You're too fat for me. Like, I enjoy dry brushing, but I also enjoy speed painting. If you just want to paint for progress, speed paint is the way to go. Everything looks a bit more realistic, but I want to have it more stylistic. So let's review what we painted today before we stop the stream. We have the trees, which are standing here. I'm not touching them. They need to wait. On the side, which probably little people have noticed because nobody's watching me, we've painted this one. We took all the rest colors and put them into that, and I love the idea of that, like, super corrupted gem. We have emeralds. We have the corrupted ruby emeralds. I don't know what to call them, but they are corrupted emerald rubies. We have the rubies themselves. And we must construct additional pylons with 4 colors. And of course, our crypt was just like brushed over. I haven't done much with it, but I cannot do more with it. It's still like a bit wet. And of course the stairs. We did the first layer on those. So, again, I will stop streaming now. On Monday, my friends, we will have the last stream of the year. My plan is doing Dark Souls on a mat. I will start in the morning. And I will promise, and this is a big promise, that Dark Souls or let's say during the afternoon, right? Dark Souls on a mat, I will do exaggerated movements is the try. So I want to do exercise. So we are doing like with dodge rolls, we are ducking. We're like at least bowing forward, right? So we have like a little bit of movement there. I'm not just like stepping until the part where I need to like fight Manus and cry. But we will try to clear all of Dark Souls 1 on one day. It should be doable, even with new controls. If not, well, then we have something to look forward to for the new year, right? To bridge over. So, I wish everyone a good night. Don't stay up too late. Have a great evening. Love you guys. And see you on Monday. Maybe, well, Sunday as well. Probably. We will see. But Monday is a promise. Bye-bye.